VOD heads, welcome back. Welcome to the second half. We're gonna do Bridge to the Turnabout Part 2. We're currently on the second investigation. Last night was crazy. I'm starting earlier tonight so that I'm hopefully not up until 5 a.m. We'll see if that holds true. Either way, I do intend to be here for the long haul since we are at the second half now. I'm loving this case so far, I will say. This shit is Peem. We got Francisca back, which obviously y'all saw my reaction. I'm so emotional about it still to this day. I could not help but just go back and just keep like skimming through my reactions to that. Just to relive it. I was so happy. I still am so happy. So now we got the entire first half was very, very cool and subversive in that we played as Edgeworth. So now, I believe he said he's gonna bring it back to Phoenix, which should also be very cool. I'm glad he's not entirely out of the picture. It's just a very cool structure. I just think it's such a fresh and like interesting way to do it. I will say, did I say still to this day? It hasn't even been a full 24 hours. That's funny. Sometimes words. I will say, holy fuck, my voice is tired today. Doing that last night after not having streamed regularly for like 2 months. Oh my God, it took it out of me. I literally like, I woke up and like my neck muscles were sore. So, you know, gonna do my best here. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm holding back. I feel like it's a joke at this point that every time I say that, it's just like, it ends up being a lie. Cause I just like physically cannot help myself, but like just get into it, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I know you're not a ships kind of girl, but you got any thoughts on the Phoenix Edgeworth dynamic? I'm not personally like, I think they belong together cosmically, if that's what you are asking me. I'm not a crazy like shipper, you know? I will say, getting into Final Fantasy and Ace Attorney back to back is doing something to my brain chemistry. I have like 2 ships that I like now, which is not something I could say before I played Final Fantasy VII and Ace Attorney. You know, like, it's crazy. Cause I'm, you know, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Fran Maya. Anyway, let's get into it. February 9th, 3:43 a.m. Oh, it's Hottie Clinic. Oh God, intensive care unit. This image, this fucking shit.
I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law.
Oh my God, wait, is this?
The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages.
I'm trying to remember if this is like what he said at the beginning of the game, or if it's just, I mean, obviously I know that like we played this case, but like, it'd be so cool if like it's just replaying the scene.
Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What's written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew.
What?
After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy. My ears are ringing, my throat burns, my head's on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he'll be able to help me with him. Somehow.
Oh my God, fuck. Back to Dusty Bridge.
Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian, in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now?
Only 102.2 degrees.
Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet, but the main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shichishito did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you... I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care.
Bye! Bye, Edgy. Oh my god, it was so good to see you.
Guess I should get moving too.
Why? Do you need to be somewhere?
Yeah, I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side.
That's right. Maya's still stuck over the inner temple.
But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you, Gumshoe.
No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? All right, I'm off.
Oh my god, she's been there for so long.
Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence.
Dude, this is frustrating me.
There's a narrow path going on off in a different direction than that of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write to Heavenly Hall on the signpost. Thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes.
True, yeah. Probably chomping at the bit to get out of here. Rosley, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I've been watching your Ring Racers video with Salty DK Dan on loop. It's been extremely entertaining. That is straight up one of my favorite videos I've ever been a part of. I hope that one day he releases like at least like a mostly uncut version of the recording session, because like you wouldn't believe it, there are still like bits in between the versions that made it in the final cut that I think about and I die laughing. Like the Dylan Pickman bit went on, I think, for so much longer than the final cut makes it seem. which is why we made such a point of like making it a running gag and like joking about how much the editor would hate editing Dylan Pickman, because we were talking about Dylan Pickman for like 15 minutes straight or something like that. It was fucking crazy. This is not a call to pressure him to release anything he doesn't want to, by the way. It's just, you know, I wouldn't complain to see the uncut. It was really, really funny. That was so fun. I would love to do that again. God, it was great. Anyway.
Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line. And there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini's the only one who uses this. I really wish I had brought my cell phone with me.
How can you Pikmin the same way that Pikmin do?
Alright, well, yeah, let me try to... Is it like Pikmin eat do, D-E-W, or do, D-O? It's D-E-W, because that's like a mechanic in the Pikmin games, is that you eat dew from grass and like, it makes them stronger. Hi, Francisca. An old friend, said to be #1 at the DA's office, studies foreign judicial systems now. Oh, let's get out of here. Oh shit, Phoenix has never been to Heavenly Hall. Let's check this out.
Looks like no one's here.
Larry! Loris!
I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later.
The birds, oh my god.
Look at this graffiti, scrawled right on the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art, of sorts.
Awesome, okay. Oh, there he is. Come on, please! It's for art's sake, I swear!
It's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung.
I'm talking about the heroine here! The heroine in my book! It'll make you famous! Ah! Ah! Wait, she's still around! Yes! Oh my god, wait! I straight up was ready to not see her again for the rest of the case! Ah! Okay.
Enough! A fool's fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright?
Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're,
Oh! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up!
My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that! Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told.
Whip a dead horse! Isn't that one of your American sayings?
No, it's not. I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Ah!
Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony.
And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry.
I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh! Just like that dude with the red underwear. I don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize.
Off he goes.
It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright.
I love you so much. I literally almost just started crying. What the fuck is wrong with me? Have you been in Germany all this time?
That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally.
Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met?
I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy.
I see.
I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge.
Franziska was born and raised in Germany. Became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now, he's gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father.
Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear?
Yes, Crystal.
My name is not Crystal! In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense.
Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well.
Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you.
Because it does.
And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better.
It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute.
That's what I've been saying? Dude, he gets it!
No smirking!
No whipping the sick!
Such a foolish fool, doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool!
Edgeworth.
Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you!
It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know?
Yo, Yakuza reference?
I went over the whole case flight, or I went over the whole case file on the flight over.
You read the whole thing?
Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Did you even consider the dangers?
No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across.
A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks.
Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya. She's gotta be okay, I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the inner temple that night.
All right, let's see. About this.
Yo! I refuse to help you, Phoenix Wright.
Should have known better than to try.
Not just doing this to get whipped over and over again. I just want to see. Killing him! You're killing him! You're killing him! Stop! Okay, it's nothing. Got it. Oh, he's got his badge back. Damn it. Oh, she's got to have something to say about herself, Edgeworth, and maybe Larry. No. Okay. No way. Oh, she's not saying anything. Yeah, okay, she's a fucking brick wall. You love to see it. Awesome. All right, let's get out of here. I did not understand how to read that. I'm sorry. That was one long, weird, nondescript sound.
Sister Bikini?
My. I didn't know you were here. How are you doing?
She's going insane.
You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake.
I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I'll let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well.
Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, huh.
There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too.
That little girl.
No, he doesn't know?
That little girl. You don't mean Pearls, do you?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident.
Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Oh no! He didn't know! What the fuck? That's so fucked up.
I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself.
Are you talking about your performance at the trial today?
You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning.
I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you unsure of yourself all of a sudden?
You know that artist who testified after me?
I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself.
When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand.
I promise you, he's in another league. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else.
Zing!
If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw.
That's crazy.
On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct?
That's right. I'm sure it was Iris.
But Iris claimed she was in her room in Hazakura Temple.
I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night.
But because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple.
I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad.
I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second.
Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know.
Earthquakes?
Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall.
We've got to get Maya out of there. Fast.
But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island.
It's like an island? How so?
Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest.
I see.
So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there.
That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer, and with no way to escape either.
Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does!
Oh. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. They fucking worked themselves into a frenzy.
I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions.
Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something?
No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Nim.
I'm afraid I don't know her waist size or her bust size for that matter.
No,
I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with.
I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training.
My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mr. Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know.
There, you did it again. Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Mr. Nim as Mystic Elise.
Oh?
Yeah. Now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte.
Oh, we address all our visitors in Mystic. It makes the experience feel authentic.
I did notice that. I was like, wait, didn't she say she wasn't? Okay, I'm glad I picked up on that.
And anyway, she's older than me. You know, you must respect your elders.
How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you?
Yes! Awesome. They're extremely good at dropping the Cyclops at, like, the best moment. I love it. It's always, like, it's always just like a freight train. It's great.
Seems Miss Elise Nim was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Mr. Nim on the evening of the murder. And now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess?
Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together.
Oh man. My head's throbbing so bad, it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Mr. Nim on the night of the murder, remember?
Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner.
The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it?
Oh, stop! This is what I'm talking about!
He, like, worries about her to an insane degree that is never once asked of him, but he does it anyway. He's so, like, empathetic about this little girl. It's crazy.
Of According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either.
Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pose could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon.
This crystal sphere. It's not from a demon warden hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose.
If it's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Mr. Nim's staff.
Look at the blood on it. Oh, poor Mystic Elise. Honestly, it's like the end of the world.
It's not a good thing, that's for sure.
To think people have the gall to call this kind of scribbling by the name of art.
Huh?
If that's the sort of standard you need for the arts these days, I could be a pop diva.
Sure. But what about the contents of the picture? What do you make of that?
It's definitely the end of the world. Damn, I kind of like that. That was some cool dialogue.
How about this photograph?
Oh yes, those are our snowmobile's tracks, all right. I know them anywhere.
There's only one set, which means the rider went out while it was still snowing and came back after it had stopped. That's really the only logical explanation, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, like, we went over that. Okay, oh, it's the immaterial girl joke. Okay. She has the same joke for both of them. That's good. Good to know.
Ah, it's Mystic Elise's staff. The crystal sphere really is missing from it.
But the spear was found near Dusky Bridge, right?
Yes, even though I'm sure Mystic Elise was in Hazakura Temple the entire evening. Well, that's a demon warden hood. Acolytes are highly susceptible to possession by evil spirits, you know. That's why we always wear these for protection.
Iris gave this to me on the night of the murder. But then I went and fell into the river and got this nasty fever. I thought maybe if I were to wear this hood, it'd make my fever go down faster.
I don't think so. Cults and spirit power have nothing to do with each other.
Way to crush a man's hope.
Oh, you actually thought that?
Huh? Ah! Oh, well, look what you found.
I think we already read this. Yeah. Okay, so we got Psycho Locks. We'll work on that later.
This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Mr. Nim was pushed from the top of that wall?
I really keep wishing he'll talk about the ladder.
The Shijishito. It's there in Mystic Ami's right hand. It was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Mr. Nim's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there?
I'm getting nothing from this.
There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here.
Is this all that's left?
We get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled? Now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment.
Wow, okay, there's nothing. Oh, hold on.
That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. So it's kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms above me are on the ground floor. Apparently, Mrs. Nim was staying in the corner room. I guess it's where she was pushed from that night.
He's useless without Maya. We need a weird girl. Please. Can anyone hear me? Whoa. Hey. What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? Oh shit, it's him.
So this is where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge?
Ah!
Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you.
It can't be that simple. She's like not gonna be there. Well, then I'll come along with you and...
Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case.
What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me.
Well, yeah, but it's not what I... Oh!
Oh, shit! Shut the fuck up. It's been a while, Scruffy.
It's... Miss... Von Karma!
He passed out.
Sister, please leave the investigation to me.
My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control.
I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to.
As you work to pin the guilt on Iris.
What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Fight?
Ow! That hurts, you know!
Silence! I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me.
She's not seriously gonna follow me around, is she?
I fucking hope so. Wait, is she with us? Oh, damn it. I thought we would get like some extra secret dialogue. It's fine.
Love to know what that thing was used for in the night of the crime.
Still thinking small, I see, Phoenix Wright. Or perhaps not at all. That's why you will never defeat me.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't recall ever losing to you.
It's true. It's the phrase "you will never defeat me" is fucking hilarious, given he's never once lost. I love her.
It's time for us to settle this once and for all with one final showdown.
It's like she mentally blocked out my victories over her from her memory.
She's fucking... It's like trauma for her.
It's a quaint little bell tower. I never would have thought that something this horrible was about to happen. When Iris rang the lights out bell that night.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago. So maybe it's cursed, too.
Oh my god, here we go. Oh, please, 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 please. I'm so upset.
Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before.
They must have commenced with the investigation.
Oh.
Ah! Oh, Mr. Nick!
That voice.
Oh my god, okay, thank god, I'll take it. I'll fucking take it.
Pearls!
Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick!
Oh.
So you were here, ever since that night.
I was so lonely, I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and I saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone.
She was all alone?
It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah! You're... I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your. Holy shit, Pearl!
Read like a book.
Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you.
Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin.
Yeah, hey, why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything.
You didn't have to. The smile in your lips gave you away.
Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya?
I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls?
Mystic Maya!
Hey, wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Ow!
That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable.
What's that all about? Pearls acting like that? It's giving me the creeps.
I guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago.
Spotted. 2 things. Which one first?
Phoenix, right?
What? Would you stop calling me by my full name like that?
Was this once a prosperous port?
A port?
Yes. That metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know.
Oh,
That's an anchor for one of the wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here.
Don't get smart with me, Phoenix, right?
But I didn't say anything. She knows. Come on. Phoenix, you wouldn't understand. She's a people person, okay?
There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator.
It's the goddamn incinerator again.
The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside.
Well, well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we?
Huh?
It's empty.
How naive of you, Phoenix, right?
It's a bit strange, don't you think? Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember. There was snow in this incinerator the first time I saw it.
Oh, shit.
In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently.
Listen, Phoenix, right? It's impertinent to call people by their full name.
Shut the fuck up. I was only copying you.
Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path.
Phoenix, right? Do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has?
Why don't you ask her next time you see her?
You know what? I think I will.
She'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs.
She said, "Okay."
The sign says Inner Temple.
I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me.
Actually, I can't read it either.
Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix, right?
She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something.
Yes, yes! He's an idiot, I know! This must be the door that leads to the inner temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder.
Yes, there's a solitary room there called the training hall.
You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix, right? Yo! You're completely out of shape.
I don't know how much more of this woman I could take.
Coward. He doesn't get it. Chad, he doesn't get it. Point at him.
There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though.
Come now, Phoenix, right? What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it?
But it says no entry.
Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say, whatever?
It's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? Awesome.
What's wrong? Why are you so quiet?
Maya, she was supposed to be in here training.
Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen.
What the fuck? Huh?
What's that? It's strange luck. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes.
Actual real-life psycho luck? Whoa, also, what the fuck is going on here? Puppy Whisk, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, okay, well this first.
What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix, right?
It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually...
A woman? I don't see any woman here.
It's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No. It's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy.
What's the matter?
This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy.
Ah, yes. There's a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, your Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see.
No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks.
No, please let her believe. Please, please, please.
This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll?
Touch to see before and after view. Oh, that's cool. That feels new.
Scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the crane channeling technique. Why would anyone cover it in gravy?
I can't make out what's drawn on this scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists.
Artists? Yeah.
I'm the grinning grinner right now. I'm loving this so much. This case, honestly, this has got beating 2 for potential at least. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
It's an antique dresser.
Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright.
Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things.
What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes.
I thought we weren't opening it!
I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything.
Yeah, you can do anything, except stand up to a 9-year-old girl.
Yes!
Huh. This door.
He's such a bitch.
When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it.
Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside the cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before.
I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern.
What took you so long, idiot? Ah! God damn it! Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I was waiting for him. I was wondering. I was like, it is actually crazy we did not see him for the entire first half. Oh, I gotta come up with a voice for him now, too. I mean, it's gonna be pretty easy. It's just like...
I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Try. Prosecutor Godot! I didn't know you were here.
Prosecutor?
How come he didn't show up at the trial today? I could ask you the same exact question.
Yo, Anonymous! Thank you so much for gifting 2 subs. I appreciate it. Yeah, smooth voice for smooth jazz, exactly.
Huh? But I had a cold, so... I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding.
Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial?
Who's the wild mare, Trite?
This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today.
Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins.
Just who do you think you are? This case is my...
Hey, Philly. Know your role. Shut your mouth. Can't stand women like... Somebody kill him!
I got him, guys. Don't worry. Wow, he fucking sucks. Oh my god. This is the worst he's ever been. Immediately. Jesus. He was never this bad. This came out of nowhere. That's crazy. Anyway.
I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home.
Phoenix, right?
What are you hitting me for?
You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite.
What?
You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo.
There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? That's crazy, man. Why didn't you show? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it?
I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death.
You died?
Of course. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is... well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me.
So, you mean that mask you wear is...
This ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face.
I didn't know.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with a regular service in it.
I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened?
Why don't you ask him?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, that's right. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me.
Well, Phoenix, right? Do you?
I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed.
It'll all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite?
Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly?
Being a temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island.
That's what Sister Bikini said too.
And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today?
What do you mean?
They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing.
Missing?
As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge.
Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night, and...
I won't say it again. Chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place.
One? Where's that?
The Sacred Cavern. The entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that has the search party. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore.
So they haven't researched the cabin yet, huh?
Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, chances of her being found alive are slim at best.
No!
Which means, Try, that you sent Maya Fey to her death.
You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with the search party right now?
You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. And I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Try. Once again, a woman dies because of you.
Once again? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me. And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right. Mia Fey.
Mia?
You killed her.
No, that's not how it was! Dude, what is he talking about? Oh, shit.
It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy.
Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally.
Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back.
Well, no, but...
You were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher? Well then, let's say you've learned nothing, Try. You robbed her of her life. And now, you've let her sister suffer the same fate.
I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No! Dude, I'm gonna start sobbing. You gotta leave this guy alone. Shit, not that one. No, don't show me this again.
What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It'd be a simple matter of...
I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundation of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple in the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past.
Very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key?
Sure. Just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock.
There's no keyhole?
That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it.
Then who was it?
Simple. The accused.
What? Iris?
When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attendant sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there.
Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of training.
So Iris, the accused, is the one who can open the lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now.
Iris is the only person who can open this lock. I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out.
So, I should be getting back to work.
Wait, Godot! How sure about Maya are you?
There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon.
Edgeworth?
Listen up, Tride. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never.
Holy shit!
You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright.
That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Holy fuck! Oh my god, okay.
That was a lot to take in. Moving on. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I?
Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from?
There we go.
Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. It's just driving me nuts. Ah!
Is something troubling you, Scruffy?
Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir.
It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder, with my whip.
So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How did you know, pal?
Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash the... Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not?
How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah. I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay?
You mean the one that says no entry on it?
I, kinda already snuck in there.
Is he trying to be clever or something?
So what's behind there, Scruffy?
Huh? Kind of garden-like garden.
A garden?
Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out! I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me?
Isn't it normally the other way around?
Well, see you later.
So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright?
Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off.
Just immediately. All right, let's go.
There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is.
Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here.
Don't you know, Scruffy? Avon Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here.
But...
Oh, he's trying so hard.
So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place.
Forensic team. And what was the outcome of the scientific study?
Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle.
That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that?
Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct?
Oh, that's Von Karma. She's making fun of him.
That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct?
They look kind of fishy to me. You know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yeah, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal.
Edgeworth?
He's escorting Iris, the defendant over here.
We'll have to wait since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern.
Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning.
Sounds pleasant. Oh, shit. Future Wolf, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Objection. All right, let's take a look. Hold on, water break. Death Monkey, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you.
There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. It's a leather cord tied to it, too.
Chloe Bugs, thank you for gifting us up to Wendy Rocket. Holy moly, I really appreciate it, y'all. Seriously.
Apparently it belonged to the victim.
To Miss Elise Dunim?
Yeah. There was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers.
Rain Master Talisman, worn by Lisa Nim, found in the garden of the inner temple. Okay. I was gonna recommend Wendy's Fran video. Oh, please, give me the deets. Give me the deets. Also, Jave Tunes and Fish Hemsworth, thank you so much for the subs. Thank you, thank you.
What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal?
I mean, a 2-hour analysis, character analysis of Francisca. Just opening up a new tab. Francisca von Karma, profoundly misunderstood. Yep,
One of my
that's going in the queue.
You kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious.
It says Maya.
Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood.
You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy. Without exception.
Yes, sir. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's an almost perfect rectangle. Couldn't have happened naturally.
Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy?
Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh, yeah. There's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay?
What is it?
It's top secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it?
Understood.
Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? I was so disappointed. I just picked up my mouth guard, cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left on the couch.
Is that it?
That's it. Gah!
Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason.
Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. There are a couple torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently.
Recently? How recent are we talking about?
As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. A little lantern, a little statue.
It is certainly a quaint little garden.
Oh shit.
What is this huge bowl here for?
Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it?
Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken.
That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case? Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Ah!
Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it?
God. It's just perfect. Just everything is so perfect. Bloody writing.
Maya. So these letters are written in blood?
God, it's... Oh my god, I'm like just now, like... I was a bit distracted, so I'm only just now putting together the parallels of like... the first real case and the last case. A crucial piece of evidence being Maya's name written in blood. It's Peem. It's Peem. Fuck me.
Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh?
Again, it's the victim's blood again! Oh my god, holy shit!
This is Mr. Nim's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal.
Most interesting. Phoenix Wright. I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down?
You know what? That was really bothering me, too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation.
Really? Do tell.
Well, on the night of the murder, That stone lantern was upside down.
Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Tunim wrote these letters herself, in her own blood.
You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Tunim's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Mr. Nim was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. What Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... What was it? If it wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Va? Come up!
Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no?
Wait a sec. The bloody writing and all the other clues here? Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, that's not an option, pal. Why not?
How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out.
I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here.
That would actually be kind of fucked up, man. Now that, wait, that's what you were talking about? Oh, I mean, it'd be kind of fucked up, but like, yeah, I appreciate the sentiment for Maya's sake, but dude.
This really was the scene of the crime? Then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. That thing must have been worn by the victim. There's no other way of looking at it. You mean because of the matching leather cord found around the victim's neck? Yeah, I bet it was one of those things she always wore. I've got this safe driving charm I've been wearing for over a year now. If I ever get into an accident, it guarantees it'll be the other guy's fault.
Isn't it supposed to stop you from having an accident in the first place? Fuck me. That's so funny.
This was found close to Zesky Bridge, wasn't it? That's what that artist guy said, yeah. Right after the defendant flew over the burning bridge. According to his testimony, she dropped it when she landed on the other side. This crystal didn't belong to Iris.
The crystal had dropped out of Miss Elise Tunim's staff.
And there are traces of blood on it, too. The real question is, what was it doing near the foot of Dusky Bridge?
I may have read that one already. I don't know.
The situation hasn't changed. We still don't know anything about Maya's whereabouts. She's gotta be in the Sacred Cavern, though. That's the only place left. I heard it's real cold in there. You gotta get her out fast, or it could be bad, pal. Isn't there anything you can do, Detective? What are you talking about? Huh? We're already on it. You couldn't get a fast response from a computer. Mr. Godot put everything in place right away. That guy doesn't mess around. Godot? Yeah, the coffee-drinking mystery man who didn't show in court. I gotta say, he's totally made me rethink my perception of him, pal.
Yeah, me too, but like in a different way.
That guy's got more mysteries than a choose-your-own escapade book, pal. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I already know. I can't believe he skipped the trial like that without even getting permission. He'd have been fired for sure if he worked for a normal company. Never would have expected the prosecutor's office to be so lax.
Don't get the wrong impression, Phoenix Wright. More importantly, doesn't it strike you as odd that the police are unaware of the man's medical situation?
Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. Yeah, why is he hiding that from everyone?
Additionally, it raises another question. Why did he choose to tell only you?
Yeah, why did he? She sure was a mysterious person. Her real name, her past, it's all complete mystery.
Oh, we read this one. Okay, so we only have one new piece of evidence. I'm wondering, is there anything that, like, seems pertinent? No, okay. Oh, this.
Do you know anything about this scroll, detective? Well, I know it smells great. Yeah, this is just the kind of weather for some steaming mashed potatoes and gravy. I really love that stuff. I eat it to... Ugh!
Have you nothing else to say about this in your inane ramblings about gravy?
Not really. Let's leave it at that, okay?
Have you ever presented Mia's profile? No, let's take a look.
She cross-examined me once, you know. Yeah, that was us. The big guns locking horns. Witness versus lawyer.
Wait, actually, maybe I have. This sounds familiar. I think I have read this. Is it the same, like, across games? Because this feels like a setup I remember.
It was a battle of cunning tactics and tricks. But the witness isn't supposed to play any tricks. I can't believe she's gone.
It's funny. All right, we'll come back if we need. Let's head out here. So Larry's probably at Heavenly Hall. I wonder. I know we almost certainly do not have everything we need, but I feel like I want to... Oh, hold on.
It seems you have a visitor.
Ah! Oh, shit! Not what I was expecting. Oh, fuck, she's here!
Mr. Wright.
Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency.
Not him again.
Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you was locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later?
All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, right?
Oh, shit.
Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, right. I can't allow you to come with us.
What?
I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth! If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya!
Mr. Wright, all that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct?
Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright.
From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us.
No way! Oh my god.
Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. On to other things that demand your attention.
She's right. Thanks for reminding me.
I'm so upset! Oh my god! Fuck! Wait, we can't even go to Heavenly Hall again? Oh shit! Okay, let me save.
Sister Bikini looks like she shrunk some since last I saw her.
Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini?
My, hello you two! How are you doing?
From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down.
Iris was just here, you know.
She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince.
She talking about Edgeworth?
It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear. It's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Azuki, thank you so much for the sub. Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see.
Huh? Me? Ugh! Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular!
You two are the only ones who said that to me.
I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew.
So you have a problem, Phoenix Wright?
Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those sidewalks of hers.
Oh shit! We literally have no other choice. I was gonna come here and just try it anyway. I mean, I guess we can go to the courtyard, but like, what would even be there? That's fucked up. Okay. Let's give it a try. I mean, we've saved, so nothing to lose. God damn.
Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Nim had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity.
What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mr. Elise was an author. Just an author of picture books.
To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her.
Suspicions?
Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Mr. Nim's true identity.
Oh shit! Ooh. It's this.
Mr. Nim had this charm with her at all times.
Where did you...
This isn't some cheap good luck charm either.
Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean?
It's a talisman, is it? Interesting.
Oops.
This thing speaks volumes about who Mr. Nim really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Mr. Nim's true identity.
No! You really ought to think about buying one of the charms we sell here, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Otherwise, you just might find yourself jumped on by a little old lady on a dark mountain path.
What am I doing? Piece of evidence I need to show Bikini is obvious.
It's just a plain old good luck charm, so please give it back.
Oh, no, I don't think so. This thing speaks volumes about who Mr. Nim really was.
Talisman and one other item? Am I insane? I might be crazy. Why would I look at that? Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking scream. Fuck. He says it's obvious. I am not seeing what's obvious about it. No fucking way. Oh my god. I had a feeling, but I did not think this should be obvious. Holy fuck. Oh, wait. It's the same symbol? Oh my god, you're totally right. I did not even notice that. Oh, man. Okay, that was what I was missing. Holy shit. Okay, alright.
The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll...
Oh my god, fuck! I'm actually sorry. It's like dawning on me. Ah!
But this scroll shows the master of the Karain channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. This crest is reserved for the master of Karain.
Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about.
The new master, Maya Fey, told me.
What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Face?
Daughter? Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor.
Mystic Misty!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Whoa!
Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all.
What is the significance of this talisman, sister?
The Karain talisman? It's the symbol of the master of Karain. The bear must carry with it. The bear must carry it with them always until their death.
Until their death.
So Elise Nim was really Maya's mother, huh?
She was Misty Fey, the master of the Karain channeling technique. Fuck!
The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here.
Tell me, sister.
After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding.
What happened?
Well,
Oh, fuck! Oh my god! It's an earthquake. Edgeworth.
what's happening?
It can't be.
Earthquake!
Ah!
Oh my goodness! The inner temple! The inner temple? The sacred cabin in the training hall! It might very well cave in!
What? Maya! Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
It seems to have passed.
We can't just stand here doing nothing! Let's go!
What?
There! To the inner temple, of course! Where else?
Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright?
Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready.
Oh my god.
Come on, Zen Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you.
Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright.
You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Oh my god, she thought about it too! Oh!
Come on, let's go. Gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right!
Oh my god! Ah! What are you doing here?
How could I have...
How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up?
Yeah! Hey! Why am I the one getting whipped?
She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris, she's... gone.
Gone where?
She fled. She escaped.
What?
So, it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the... I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and... I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right. The inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side.
We haven't seen her.
Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake.
So you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation?
Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. All right, let's go.
Hold on.
Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found, something none of us could ever expected.
Oh my god! What the fuck? Ah!
How can there be
Even more locks.
What is the meaning of this?
What?
Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on?
What the fuck? Holy shit! Oh man. Okay.
Right, is this what Godot is talking about? Yeah, the trick locks.
Froyo bitches, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it.
Now then, Iris, please remove these at once.
Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me.
What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here.
So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes.
If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you'll want to talk with your face all green.
Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine.
There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth.
Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here.
Fuck.
Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden.
Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives.
Damn!
That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright.
No, please!
I'm going to stay here and see if I can help solve these bothersome puzzles.
I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris?
No, not at all.
The puzzle solver.
Why did you make a run for it, Iris?
I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words,
Oh, she's still here for now, thank God.
in other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the secret cavern was all right, but...
But what?
Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the secret cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you want the one who sets these locks?
I don't think it's that simple, Francisco von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them.
What does that mean?
It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more.
Ah, Joy, hi! Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello, as the prophecy foretold. Just a heads up, y'all. We are in super duper duper super spoiler territory for the Phoenix Wright trilogy. We're finishing up the final game in the trilogy today, so now is your time to bounce. Feel free to, you know, stay, dip, whatever you want to do. Rizzadelli, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Hello, hello. Otherwise, yeah, welcome in. Hello. Things are fucking crazy right now, so I gotta keep it moving. But thank you so much.
They wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one.
Yes, that's correct. What?
Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this?
Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them, but it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess.
A whole day?
Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can.
Gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get.
And what might that be, Felix, right?
I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too.
Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were.
Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth.
God damn it! Oh my god! Stop!
I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about.
Jesus Christ. Alright, just take a look at this for me, Iris. The locks are far more important than this moment, wouldn't you agree?
She's right. I'm gonna have to hold off asking her about things for now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, we should probably let's just go. Fine.
Finally getting to the bottom of this case.
Are we?
I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that?
Also, the Pro Joe, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Hello, hello. Or, sorry, the Pro Low. I don't know why I read that as Pro Joe.
Wow. Can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah!
Can you run? Hey, don't you dare run away.
What do you want, right? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away.
I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. Holy shit! You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris.
Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Is that your attorney's badge? Interesting. I never imagined I'd ever see you wearing one of these, right?
It's because of you that I became one, Edgeworth. Not that I have any regrets. I really don't. If you try to say thanks, you can start by saying it a little louder. Cute. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation on the garden here, huh?
There's a high chance it's the actual scene of the crime. That's why.
You mean because of the writing in blood? And the talisman in the snow?
Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder.
But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you?
We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right?
So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes.
No. Though thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath.
17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Thanks for the recap for streamheads who haven't played these games, by the way.
Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself.
It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right?
You think I don't know that? I was there. But it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me.
Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? I'm on the ground. I'm clawing the floorboards out of the floor with my bare hands.
There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before.
So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file?
Yes. I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago.
6 years ago?
It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare.
So? Who is she?
I'm sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public.
What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case.
The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No. That woman is completely unrelated to this murder.
Unrelated?
Yes. I can say that with complete confidence.
You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Fuck!
One of the biggest names in the world of law, as I'm sure you'll agree. For better or for worse, we were only destined to meet once in the courtroom. I know. I read all about it. It was the first time for the both of us. Two novices head to head. I can still remember how downhearted I felt after the trial ended the way it did. I wonder if Mia felt the same way too. He's something of a legend, I hear. Don't say it like you don't know anything about him. Tell me what you know. It's a bit strange, actually. If he really was anything special, I should have heard about him by now. I'm always well informed about the rookies coming into the prosecutor's office, you know? Then you mean... he isn't anything special? You should already know the answer to that. Although, there is one other possibility. What's that? He could have come into the profession from a different channel. What different channel? There's more than one way to become a prosecutor, right? Perhaps he started off as a defense attorney, but decided it wasn't for him? Defense attorney? I didn't even know you could switch sides like that.
What do you mean? It literally happened earlier. Shit. Sorry, my fingers are not working.
Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me. Edward went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he found.
I'm wondering if this is just I need to come back with something, like some new evidence. That's probably what it is. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna assume we don't have what we need yet. So, let's get out of here.
It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again.
Let's do it.
Ah! Oh, Mr. Nick!
Pearls, what are you doing here?
Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick?
Larry.
This is the loser's shack, where losers get together to lose themselves.
This is the what?
Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that?
Look, Mr. She's in on this. Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Elise did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls.
We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way!
I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man?
No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down.
Oh, Mystic Maya.
Clarice's sketch.
Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture?
I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life is here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore.
What am I gonna do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn.
Oh no, chat. This game is mean to us. We've been saying since the beginning it's not that bad. And now they're saying, like, that's a 9-year-old perspective. They don't get it. That's okay. We know who we are.
I can't draw it all, so I think it's really amazing.
See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know?
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy.
No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris, really flew that night.
But Mr. Larice.
Oh, not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you.
I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw.
Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. Finding out the Phantom didn't like him was a very strange experience to me. Yeah, honestly, like, so, okay. I go back and forth on how I feel about Larry. I actually really love him in this case. He's annoying, right? But I love how much of a foil he is, like in terms of just like the general progression of a case. He's a goddamn clown. He actually, I mean, he gives me Mo vibes as well, just in terms of, not Mo. Wait, wasn't his name Mo? The clown, the actual clown. I like it when there's a fucking goofball who's like kind of unintentionally antagonistic towards your progress just by like being overtly themselves, you know? I don't know. I think he plays a really good role in this case. I like him a lot. I think he's utilized well here. But yeah, it definitely feels like they understand that I guess people didn't like Larry. And so they like really lean into that. And so if you're someone who actually likes Larry, it's just like this character who's initially kind of silly and cool, and then he just keeps getting worse. Which is kind of funny in its own right. But yeah, I can see why that would be off-putting. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture.
It looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value.
Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face?
Pearls.
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you? What exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Nick?
Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Mr. Nim's room, reading a book together. But Mr. Nim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
No! No way! Ah!
I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished.
No, oh my god.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power. It's disappeared.
What? Her powers have disappeared. What do you mean your powers disappeared, Pearl? Pearls?
It's all over for me.
Sorry. That's like not a funny line, but it's funny because it's 2024 and it's over for me. God damn it.
A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint.
Hey, what are you looking at me for?
Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps?
Way to go, Nick! You made her cry! That was really cruel of you!
Just as I thought. I'm gonna have to break her Cyclops to get the truth out of her.
This is fucking awesome. I love the loser Jack. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do next. I might actually, real quick, I'm gonna go to the BRB screen for a second. For a minute. Yeah, so I'm gonna step away for a minute. I will be back in a few, and then we'll keep it going. So BRB. Vodheads, welcome back. We've been listening to Theme of Little Baby for the past like 20 minutes. All right. Right, I was gonna see about... So Pearl has Psycholocks. I mean, we almost certainly do not have enough information. I want to go and like talk to everybody really quick just to see if like there's something obvious I can get from the conversations. And then just go from there. Everybody's got secrets.
I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet.
Is True Colors playable without the rest of the series? Yes, you can play that one. Just there will be references and stuff from previous games that like will enhance your experience, but nothing that makes True Colors like anything but standalone. It is a contained story. It's really good. Recommend it. Anyway.
I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea somewhere together? I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type.
Damn, okay, the read. Awesome. Whoa. Okay, not quite.
Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern?
Looks like it survived. But we have a bigger problem now.
What's your favorite Resident Evil game? 4 Remake, closely followed by 2 Remake, closely followed by 4 Original. And then the a few key ones I still have not played, but that's currently where it sits.
I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern.
But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Karain tradition.
We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now.
Totally, Jack Girl. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Actually, there's something I'm meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini.
Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we?
Yeah. You were telling me how the Master of Karain disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple.
It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... No, I mean Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said... Someone is trying to destroy the Karain tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them.
Someone was trying to destroy the main family line?
There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Karain, and her daughters, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line.
Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed?
Holy shit. Oh my god, and it's all coming back. It's all coming together. No. Well, I know of one character who's staying in the exact sphere she's in and been in the whole time. But that's neither here nor there.
You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power's real.
Yes, I do.
Ah, my
sorry, I saw her. I sinned and I saw her face.
It's been 2 years since I first met Maya.
Give her back! I cannot believe she's gone in like all of the best cases of the games. It's not fair! It pisses me off!
In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times.
It does help that, like...
Or during the Master Mask case, and during Mackie Bird's trial, too.
It does help that, like... At least within the last two, her absence has been, like, a key plot point. Like, even though she's not here, like, the entire case, like, revolves around the fact that she's gone. What are you guys talking about? Leave me alone.
Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most.
But I still wish she was here.
The crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill?
I suppose so, but with all the power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now.
Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake.
A mistake? What mistake?
It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident.
I mean, we know which one it is. We already...
That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is?
I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file.
The DL6 incident. I knew it! The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago.
Oh, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case.
The murder that took place 17 years ago.
It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer.
And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother.
Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action.
But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he?
That's right. He was. And the case remained a mystery.
It all comes back around to DL6, motherfucker. Oh my god. Jesus.
In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared. Vanished. While everyone still thought of her as a fraud.
No, hold on.
But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all.
Of course it wasn't.
And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan...
Does she mean Maya?
The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood.
Maya's told me the same exact thing before.
We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us.
According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power.
The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master.
And the ones who don't become branch families, right?
That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy.
You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia.
Oh, yes, I've heard of her.
What? You know about Mia?
Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother.
And lost her life. As a result.
Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Oh, stop!
Really?
Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt.
I fucking love Mia so much.
That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her.
Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know.
There she is! Bring her back. I want to sneer at somebody.
Morgan. There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master.
I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris,
Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this?
that Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter! What?
Iris is what? She kidding me? Hold on, hold on. Too quiet. So I still have some theories. And I actually think it's still possible, but the theory that I have about what the deal with Iris is requires one thing to be true that has not been confirmed yet, and so far has not even been hinted at yet. And it's driving me nuts. I'm not gonna say shit. Are you kidding me? With the way that people are trigger happy for posting smiley faces in chat? Come on. Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter. I didn't mean you. That's all good. It's all good. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter?
Oops! I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mr. Morgan's daughters already.
I have. I know her very well.
Oh?
Yeah, Pearls. Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child.
You jest. That child, she's Mystic Morgan's. I had no idea. Mystic Morgan? But she's in prison now, isn't she?
Yeah. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in her murder case last year.
You. Oh my god. I'm growling. Also, best Pearl sprite in the entire series. Closely followed by the one where she's about to square the fuck up.
It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master.
I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2.
But who's the third? What the fuck is going on? What? 3?
Yeah, Iris.
There it is. Okay. Okay, so I had a feeling it was either this or the theory that I thought they were going for, which is that I don't know if I should say it yet. So the theory that I've been sort of cooking in my mind to explain why she looks like Iris, aside from it just being a twin thing. Don't say it. Okay, fine. Sure, yeah. I'm noticing. Anyway, okay, fine. We'll just keep going. We'll keep going. I'm just here for the ride. Here for the ride. That's fine.
Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl.
What? Twin sister?
Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago.
Let's see.
After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Corinne's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him.
How awful.
He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see.
It's unbelievable. If Iris is a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler.
That's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl's had 2 older sisters, huh?
Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family.
Anger? What do you mean?
Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan.
That's why she had pearls?
It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. I was able to break free of the bars that confine her.
So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Use your Spidey compass.
Fucking scream and shit. Simultaneously.
Iris had a twin sister. That's really all I know about her. That and the fact that she was taken away from her mother by a jeweled father. I don't have any idea where she is or what she's doing now.
I could tell her. She'd probably have a coronary and a half. She'd probably scream and shit simultaneously.
When I think about it, I do kind of feel sorry for Mystic Morgan. It wasn't her fault that her sister was a more powerful spirit medium. Mystic Morgan just couldn't compete with her sister. It must have been really tough on her.
Even so, that doesn't excuse all the things she did.
No, of course not.
Good lord. Alright. Are you here, Gumshoe?
Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming?
No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Corain. Oh, whoop. I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way.
I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae.
Oh, it's okay. So it is an existing song. I figured. I was getting those vibes. Oh, heavy case is gonna be airtight. God damn it! Shut the fuck up. Every case is gonna be. There it is.
Hey, pal.
Huh?
Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay.
So what are you up to, detective?
I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon.
The real murder weapon.
That Bob sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though.
Letter. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe?
I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ.
What? You mean...
I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that secret cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation.
What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here?
You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal.
Then who said it?
Mr. Godot.
Godot? What did he mean by that? About the letter you found.
Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt-up old letter.
Burnt up old letter?
Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple! Ah!
The incinerator? I knew it! I knew I wasn't imagining it.
Gimme! Give me that. Give me that. I should have gotten that.
There was snow in the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder.
What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look.
Can I? Do you mind?
Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case.
Spirit mediums? Awesome. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought.
Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal.
So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far?
Well, it wasn't the Shichishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today.
God, I always forget that the investigation sections are supposed to happen, like, after the courtroom sections in the same day. It always, given, like, the to be continues, it always feels like the next morning, you know what I mean? It's crazy. This all happened in the same day. Not all of it, but, like, the trial and then this. It's a lot.
Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade.
And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh?
Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this.
Secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours?
You wanna know? You gotta think scientifically, okay?
All right.
The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far?
No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart.
So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector!
Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away.
Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh?
Huh? Me?
I've been using this thing for hours now. It's pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? Besides, it's the final game of the trilogy. We gotta bring just a bunch of shit back.
I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Play forensics! Play toys! Play toys!
Come on, pal, it's good fun, I'm telling you. All right, then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you could make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right?
Sure, that's what we're trying to find out.
Right. So first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Ah! When that happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stay. That thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take it.
What was going on with the progression there?
That Shichishito next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. You know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one.
Yes, I heard something about that.
You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division.
You think about that kind of stuff, detective?
Of course I do. I think about it a lot.
Same conversation. Me as the traffic cop, me as the detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. Literally the exact same conversation. That's fucking hilarious. Oh? This is Mr. Nim's staff, isn't it?
Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood.
But the detector is reacting to it.
Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic.
Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it?
It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the...
Ah! The top is coming off.
Look what you've done! You damaged a really important piece of evidence!
Ah! Holy shit!
That's a...
Are you telling me no one pulled the top of it? Grandma was packing a sword inside the staff. Is this... Could it be
the murder weapon?
I never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff.
They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot.
I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword?
No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now.
Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it.
And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh?
No, no, no! I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder.
Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal.
It's about the same length as the Shichishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. I mean, like, to be fair, it's a new lead, you know? Like, it's a new piece of evidence. That's a lot of conclusions to jump to immediately.
Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal.
No, they need this. I get it. Like, I'm not even judging them. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective!
Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know.
You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while?
Huh? What are you talking about, pal?
Please. Just until we find Maya.
Maya? What's this got to do with her?
I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been murdered? Please, Detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of gritty in there. Okay. Just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, Detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure. Thanks.
I'm not okay.
I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise and him doing with a staff like this in the first place?
Okay, check the letter. Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is... She is our all... The whole? Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is... Burn them. Also tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring her... This is the thing they were reading the other night! What the fuck? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition? Jesus! Gravely roasted! Come on. Oh, man.
Gravely roasted in the fires. Gravely roasted.
I mean, let's present it to him and see if we can get anything else out of it. He's got nothing. His brain don't work. That's fine, that's fine. I mean, okay, well then, next best thing. Let's give it a bikini.
I was wondering about this.
What? What are you talking about? No one has anything to... Okay, well, working our way down the line. She was right, it has nothing to do with the case. What if, though? That'd be so funny.
Huh. I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. Suppose I'll have to check back later.
Stop that! I am going insane! Please. Please.
Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me. But the problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father. A jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please, tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please.
Baby.
It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case. You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking.
Her sister?
Well, her stepsister, actually. The Wicked Witch of the East, bro. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me.
She wore a crown and flew down in a bubble, right? Grow up!
So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne. Is dead.
I'm feeling vindicated in this Chili's tonight. I will say no more. I will say no more. There's some foul play. There's some fucking developments. There's a secret that I have known since the very beginning, and I'm saying nothing else. But when I tell you I called it when it happens, you will know this for the rest of time that I was the noticer. Anyway,
Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that I'm reading her file. I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey!
At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since the guilty verdict was handed down, and a sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month.
holy shit. Executed?
I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? Huh. I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Korean channeling technique. Did you say Korean channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. Police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent! Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file, and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth. You'll understand someday. And then, you'll see that the Korean channeling technique is real.
I mean, bro knows that we were there, right? Oh, baby. Holy shit, this case is insane. Oh my god, okay. DL6 stands for Don't You Love Hearing About This Case 6 times every single game. And yes, I do! Please, I'm slurping up the continuity like a stew, like a soup. And savoring every fucking into my gullet, you know? Alright.
I gotta try.
I'm excited. I feel like I've barely done this. Even though that's probably not true.
I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night.
I don't know if I have everything yet, but I wanna try.
You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me, too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder.
Giving me a softball at the beginning. Softball? Wait, is that what I'm trying to... I don't know. They're giving me an easy one is what I'm trying to say.
Talking about Sister Bikini, of course.
Soft serve. There you go, yeah. I guess softball. Does softball... I mean, yeah. Softball. Softball question, yeah. There you go. Ooh, yay. All right.
Sister Bikini.
Her testimony in court today was very clear.
Soft serve. Chaos, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it.
That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple.
Sister Bikini didn't just see you. She spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder.
That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early, so I wouldn't be late.
What time was that?
Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple, so I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think.
I'm sorry, Iris, but mine just doesn't suit you.
Huh?
Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have.
Who's that?
Me.
Mr. Wright?
We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten.
No. That's right, I remember.
And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility.
There were 2 of you.
On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris.
That's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible.
Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise.
You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me.
I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well.
I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer...
Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne.
But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that?
Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's a secret you've been trying to hide from me.
Oh, baby. Let's fucking go.
I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the Inner Temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month.
Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw in the Inner Temple on the night of the murder, it was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Because my sister always does the right thing.
Excuse me?
Because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again.
You betrayed her? What do you mean?
That's why I have to accept. I may be found guilty. It's the only way.
What is she talking about?
You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her.
How did you betray her, Iris?
It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing.
What?
But I got scared, so I ran away.
What are you talking about?
Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful.
I promised. I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money.
Huh?
It was revenge on our father.
Revenge? What do you mean by revenge?
He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell.
Her mother. She must be talking about Morgan Fay.
Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The Main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Karain.
That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother.
But before long, the credibility of the Karain tradition would hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there.
And that's when you came here? To Hazakura Temple?
Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see.
Oh,
And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her, and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally.
I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together.
I have asked everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident? Everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fey clan.
That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me.
What is it?
During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student. Have you heard anything about him?
Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts.
I see. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. Hiya, Phoenix Wright! There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise.
Thank you. Suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psycho Lock.
Oh man, I need a second. Oreo time. Dude, Oreos also make me go, that's so true. This moment is brought to you by Oreo. Use code SNAPCube at checkout for 10% off. 10% off an Oreo? That's fucking bullshit. I want the whole thing. If you take anything off of my Oreo, I'll fucking kill you. I'll strangle you to death and I'll laugh the whole time.
Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Ha! You're You're too late, Nick! If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off!
I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding.
Oh boy. Let's go. Oh.
After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Denim's room reading a book together, correct?
Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go?
No. There was someone else I had to go instead. Somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried. I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearls never went to Miss Denim's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay?
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Oh, okay.
You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course.
I signed up for your special course. Well, ma. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Oh yeah, she did just straight up hint that she would die. That's so funny. I thought that was like a throwaway joke. It's crazy that that actually like was processed by one of the characters and became like an essential part of the case. That's so cool. Oh my god, that's fucking awesome. That's really good writing. I love that.
Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock.
Until after 10? How'd you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible.
She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell?
Huh?
I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this.
Oh, I have a feeling. Hold on. Ah! Oh my god, wait, because yeah, this is the thing that Elise was reading to her. Gravelly Roestet.
You were given some instructions to follow for the night, weren't you?
Oh shit! She was reading it to her because she. Oh fuck! I guess it wouldn't make sense any other way. I maybe thought like, oh, maybe she just assumed Pearl wouldn't like get it, but like, no, she was like actually, oh man.
I presume you recognize these pieces of paper?
Where did you...
In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me, no.
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls is supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was...
They're saying, don't overthink it. It's your first idea.
It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow?
Oh, because she was a fan of her book. No? Wait, what? This is the person who wrote the instructions. You must have had a lot of faith in them to follow their instructions to a T. Wait, what? Hold on, okay.
I had a lot of faith in you, Mr. Nick.
Oh? Thanks.
But I don't think I can trust you anymore.
Oh no, wait. Someone who Pearls would trust, no questions asked. I mean, there's a more obvious answer. God damn it. Fuck! No!
Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you?
Oh, I like her heartbeat. Oh my god.
But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why.
How did you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. All right, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why's she holding back from me? I don't like this.
So don't underestimate me just because I'm a child.
Huh?
If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
Simple mistake?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it.
No way. The gravy roast. She gravy roasted her.
It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why would I do something like that?
You remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Mr. Nim on the night of the murder?
Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this?
It says gravelly. It's kind of a tough word.
She didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. Sure, Mr. Nim taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing. I couldn't even do it right.
Oh.
After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple. With a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karain, like it said in the letter.
I see. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started, and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then,
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens.
Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple?
Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I Oh no, stop!
They can't keep doing this to me, man. She's just a little thing. Oh.
I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy, and
left off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried?
Oh, so she had like a tantrum and that, oh my god. She's like, it's great. Like, she is actually like very effectively and like realistically written as like a child character. Like, she's not like gratuitously childlike, you know? Like, it's extremely realistic. She has like energy and she is truly like, she's smart, you know? Like, she's very bright and like aware, but with a very particular kind of like perspective, you know? It's so good. I'm actually like genuinely so fucking shocked they wrote her this well. Like, you do not see child characters written this well very often. She's really, really good. All of her concerns about like getting in trouble and like catastrophizing over like little things are like so fucking realistic. Like, these are things that I worried about when I was a kid, you know? Like, it's so good. I cannot stress enough how incredibly written she is. It's so good.
Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school too.
Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bow, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried.
It's because she was already being channeled?
Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that.
I actually really love how Larry interacts with her. This is really cute too.
So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is, anyway?
It could happen if someone else...
Fuck!
If someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yup, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken.
Surprisingly, like, apt, but not the vibe. Like, surprisingly accurate and, like, relevant.
Then that would mean, on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, man.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
Huh. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it.
My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls.
I visit her every month. And last month she told me...
The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden.
Oh my god, wait, and I'm just thinking now, like, that's why Pearl specifically signed Maya up for this retreat. Like they said at the beginning. Again, I thought it was like a throwaway joke. She had like a hand in all of this shit. Oh my god. That is so cool. That's awesome.
My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much.
Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right?
She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There is a picture with her letter, too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff.
He just wants to be included, man. He wasn't there for the entire Cyclops section, okay? You gotta cut him some slack. He was over there fucking twiddling his thumbs, doing the man standing emoji.
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
That sure is pretty strange. I'm starting to really enjoy his chiming in. I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad he's here. You know what it is? He's like, he comes across like a fucking reaction YouTuber right now. Like, he's just interjecting like, that's crazy, man. Not really adding anything either.
Whoa, so you think somebody already opened it? Whoa!
Someone had opened it already.
Letter updated in the court record.
Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right.
Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her?
Huh. Oh, that's me now. I sound like this now.
Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Doe! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a frickin' puzzles workshop. A workshop by a puzzle.
I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort.
But it's all a waste of time.
Why do you say that?
Because my Fae isn't coming back.
What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that?
It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fae. Two sisters. Caught up in the worst circumstances.
I realize that, but...
And you were the only one who was by their side.
He literally just walked down the stairs to be like,
You should die, Phoenix Wright. You suck, man. Just so you know, I still hate your ass. Bye. And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them.
he was like walking across the bridge, like,
I'll check in on the crime scene.
looked down, saw Phoenix standing here, like,
Oh, well, first, a quick detour. To my favorite fucking shriveling raisin of a man. You were the only one who could have saved them.
I didn't know anything about what was gonna go on. Or what was going on.
What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all.
Next time, I'll be deadly serious next time.
Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said true?
It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
I'm gonna cry.
My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the Master Seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time.
Okay, here we go. Oh man, here we go. It's about to get fucking real. This is great. We're making great time. Cause if you remember, around this time of night is when we started this trial last night. So this is gonna work out nice, I think. I spent a lot of time on the tier list, and even then, I only started streaming at 10. So we got a great head start today. I'm very happy.
Good morning! Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed to enter a temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange.
If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. There we go. Yeah, I guessed it. I came around to it. I was like, who could this be? Who could this be? Who could this be? Hold on.
Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there?
She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak.
Today's testimony?
You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution.
Wait, what?
The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I've heard.
Franziska von Karma, what are you up to?
I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today.
What?
Then who is? Who else would it be? But Godot.
Godot.
Franziska is engaged in some important...
God damn it!
I'm just kidding. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks.
Oh my god, she's trying so bad! Fran Maya! Fran Maya! Fran Yes! Fuel! This is oil and I'm drinking it.
With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon.
Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth.
Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow.
You don't have to tell me that.
Touché. I can already see it in your eyes.
Ah! Kiss! Now! Fuck! Right now, in the middle of the courtroom! Rip your clothes off.
You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday.
It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger.
Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands.
Thanks. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case.
The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Janem. No, I mean, Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all. Bring this whole tragedy to an end.
I think I have COVID.
Ah! Normal judge! Normal judge! Normal judge! Yay! I missed you, Udgy. I missed you, man.
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Court is now in
I'm trying to... It's been a little bit. Sorry, I forgot how much I missed Phoenix's defense sprite, even though, like, it hasn't been that long, but, like, not seeing it for an entire first half of the case.
Your Honor, what are you...
Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. Explains a lot.
My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of the Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant.
Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Me standing in the corner of the room, they don't know that I said shitting on purpose.
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Shut the fuck up.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something you want to confess to?
Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's all right. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunim?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. And her spirit left. Or after her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
What?
Can you all please calm down about Godot? He really isn't that bad. Your experiences are not universal.
Order in the court, order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes,
That's correct.
What?
3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Huh. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that, in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Tride? That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this. It looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie.
Goddamn!
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris covering for someone?
Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket.
I've been in Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, tried.
I thought for some reason, I don't know why I assumed he was just gonna say, shit.
Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous! Maya could never do something that...
Maya can't go one game without getting accused. She can't go one game without being kidnapped and or getting accused of murder. She's 2 out of 3 for being kidnapped and 3 out of 3 for getting accused of murder. It's fucking crazy. Anyway.
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. But I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So it was in self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Did she now? Too bad for you, what she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go?
It was in the inner temple's training hall.
Private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff.
You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye?
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time?
Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh?
Whoa. Hold on. Aubergine saw that a door was closed and started having a panic attack in real life. One sec. Hey, buddy. Come on. Here you go. Put the cat on the stand. He knows nothing.
And Elise Nim tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony?
So obviously we know about the cane sword, but I'm wondering if we pull that out now or I don't think now's the right time. No problem.
Iris is my client. I better not press her too hard. Vince has no objection to Miss Iris's testimony.
We'll circle back around.
Ha! You should try some nice sweet cafe con leche at least once, try. Very well, let's continue with our testimony. What happened to Miss Faye when she was attacked by the victim?
And then?
Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike.
Witness! Are you absolutely certain?
Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something,
Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see.
This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony. Maya's gonna get blamed for this.
I only have this to say.
So you're saying Maya Faye was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Denim? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw?
Yes,
That's not what that sounds like.
Trite. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like
I know this is supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it.
There's only one thing you need to get, Trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold.
What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think I might actually hurt her standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up.
I might be overcomplicating it in my brain right now. So here's what I'll do next. So I have the save point. I'm gonna press this point again, and then I'm gonna say that he has a problem with it. And we're just gonna... Oh, hold on, wait. I'm gonna say that he has a problem with it, and then we'll go from there. And if it asks me to present evidence, then I'll know what to present. Here's one thing.
Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement of the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue.
That is so interesting. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger out of her robe.
She threw her staff away.
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff.
Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff?
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it's odd, all right.
Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger, I'm sure of this.
Okay, yeah, so this is the right time, because, like, it's all pointing to the fact that, like, why would she have any reason to throw the staff away if it was already a weapon?
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Mr. Nim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
All you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it.
Was it a cup holder?
No. As you can see, it's a sword.
Ah!
If Alicia Nim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and is quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade.
I don't know if, like, when you're sparring up against a 19-year-old girl, you really, like, care all that much about the effectiveness of close quarter combat. Like, if she's not expecting you at all. Feels like much of anything could work in that scenario. Just speculating. Well.
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important.
It literally is, you motherfucker! It literally is! that pisses me off. She's lying.
The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
He's so stupid.
There is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright.
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Denim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey.
Oh, buddy. There we go.
Elise Denim would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Denim. Her real name was Misty Fey.
Fey?
No. Not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Faye is the master of the Karain channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye.
Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Lieutenant actually the great mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years? Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing? Ugh.
Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in the world that's impossible, except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted? But you have no idea, Gramps. Can you not talk about your beans in court?
I heard this witness's confession this morning.
Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
You're gonna ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Oh, god damn it.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree?
It's always a fucking pine tree, isn't it? Sorry. I don't know what came over me.
This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Whoa! Aubergine. The knocker over. Hey. There's nothing important. I'll deal with that later.
Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee.
Didn't you just say it was your 8th a few minutes ago?
I don't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately!
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff! Get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately, and spray this man with a bottle of water. Now then, the testimony we've just had has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie. Ever.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
Guy who believes the last person he heard no matter what. That is like 100% how the judge works. It's so fucking funny.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern.
Red!
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
I mean, we already, like, she was stabbed in the back, right? Like, come on. Come on now.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim.
Yes. The Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly.
Nuh-uh. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
What the fuck are you talking about? I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified.
Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
You were the one who started it.
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and try this. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern.
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Shut the fuck up!
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of the testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself! The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, do you know? Azakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
Huh. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, On the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible.
It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it'd be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite?
No! Yeah, sure, man.
Order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Then... Literally on the stone lantern is written Maya. And like, yeah, it's upside down, but like, that clearly says Maya, right? Like, how could someone write such a thing in the fucking pitch darkness, you know?
Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Is the flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh, yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about, bitch?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all.
'Cause it's red! Oh my god!
Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue.
I mean, what I'm currently assuming is that it's a, when you wear rose-colored glasses, all the red flags just look like flags kind of situation. like he can see, yes, but the visor causes like a red tint over his vision. So it just blended in.
We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then. Let's move on.
Godot is literally shaking. Somehow. I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunim was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then, I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hasakura Temple and... I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked.
So you move the body.
Yes, I was raised at Hasakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan, but even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunim was actually Misty Faye. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the Inner Temple after taking care of the body, but
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's pick it apart.
So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master. Hold on.
So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey?
Yes, of course I did.
It's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Huh, interesting.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by herself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
Snow, huh?
Wait a minute. No, okay, hold on. That adds up. I was gonna say, it has the suspect's fingerprints. She is the suspect, so. Just keep pressing. I have ideas, but nothing concrete yet.
It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. It's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
There's one other thing that bothers me. I caught a cold the other day. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River?
Huh.
It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
The snowmobile? The blow snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details?
About the snowmobile first.
Let me hear more about this blow snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me?
Ito, what are you up to now?
That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject.
Maybe. But when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean.
The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say?
Interesting.
Order? Mr. Godot, why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right.
Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint?
Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by
All the way to
Hajikota Temple Courtyard.
Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I...
Interesting. I mean, might as well. Nope, okay. How about this? There's like an alternative way we can press this. About the tracks, there we go.
She really did move her body by snowmobile. Then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow is still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
I'm gonna say it's important on the chance that it adds something to the testimony that we can use.
When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun.
You. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Sorry, the saving I'm doing is fucking ridiculous. Well, I mean, let's just start trying shit. No. Interesting. Oh man, I feel like this is the first like brute force I've done in a while. Hold on. I mean, is this anything? I don't understand. Wait. Let me look closer. So it's not the weather report. We tried that. Oh, you know what? Wait. We can press this on its own, right? Yeah. I forgot to do that. Holy shit. That makes sense.
There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time.
I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here?
The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. It'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid.
Revelations? What are you talking about? Is that a Matrix joke?
Huh. Well then, Mr. Trite. Perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather.
I honestly, listen, there have been some pretty forced pop culture references. That easily takes the cake so far in terms of like the most forced.
Rather at the end of your index finger.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of.
I'm so confused, but that's okay. Hold on. So, try this now, maybe? No, okay. What the frick? I don't think I ever pressed this one.
Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you?
Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably. Like, definitely.
I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Mr. Nip.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
Try this again, maybe? Oh my god. Okay, it's not working. We gotta start from scratch here. Something different, something different. So he did bring up that this was weird. Hold on, let me read this again. Hold on. Wait a minute, let me check the weather data again. Oh, shit! Okay. Here it is. If the snow had stopped by the time the murder happened, that would mean the murder happened after 10:50, which means it also happened after lightning struck the bridge, which means the bridge would have been on fire, and she would not have been able to drag it across. No! What do you mean? Hold on. She literally couldn't have done that. I mean, like, weather report? Oh. I was definitively looking for evidence that the bridge was on fire. I guess that also works. I thought, bridge on fire imagery. Larry's picture.
You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m.
You were thinking in 4D. Yeah, let's put it that way.
But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time,
Why do you say that?
because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge. It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't. It can't be.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or...
Something is up with her. I'm noticing.
No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No!
Order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge. Body or no body.
Nobody.
Witness! Even my penis. I didn't say penis! I didn't! No! Even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court! Even my penis has limits, witness. Do you have anything to say for yourself? This really is the court for perverts. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
You can't say that. That's contempt of court, dude.
Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat?
The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course. But whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there were two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Denim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Denim's body.
He makes a good point, on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all last night.
Or that night.
So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick?
Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnout bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
We already know the answer. Come on.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. All right then, witness. Let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation to that verse.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony?
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess.
Oh, you cannot. Oh my god.
Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much?
Are you saying that there's a way to cross? It literally, we established why it matters. Because of the tracks. What the fuck are you talking about? It's so funny the way these trials play out. It's like every bit of interrogation happens in a fucking vacuum, you know? Like, it's crazy. You can establish exactly why a particular set of times or piece of evidence matters, and then immediately in the next bit, it's like, but does it really matter? Because this other thing, and it's like, I'm gonna strangle you. And this is not a criticism, by the way. It's perfect. It's awesome. Are you saying that there's a way to cross the burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
Ooh, interesting.
It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
Ooh.
Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this condition.
Once I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
Tried. I'm only going to say it one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place.
I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. And I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow.
But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped.
I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong.
Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? This is no joke! You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law.
Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today?
Huh? Well, naturally, it was,
You see? It's not that easy to remember, is it?
But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trey.
What?
I do.
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire.
Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness.
They're handing it to me on a silver platter.
After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something.
We've come all this way, so we owe it to everyone to figure this out. How do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer just yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence, see where that takes me. Gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead.
Yes, awesome.
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What? You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
There you go, saying air again.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Bring him back! Bring him back!
Preposterous!
Who is it? Who is this witness?
Can't chicken out here. Gotta keep on the attack. Go, go, go. Miss Elise Dunim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Maurice Dunim.
Brilliant.
Highly gifted.
Apprentice?
Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you fucking serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. Judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Ha! Well, tried. There's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old.
Does the sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. And I'm gonna prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Upside down. Fuck! He's helping! He's helping! This is fucking awesome!
Upside down? Why did Godot say that?
All right then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully, think it over. The sketch drawn by Maurice Denim is... Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh!
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear.
Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the Inner Temple yet.
I wish they had.
Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened.
All right then, the witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Interesting. So I'm not exactly sure I understand what happened there. Hold on. Okay, so I can look at the evidence real quick because there's a few things. Obviously, Stone Lantern, Maya's written upside down, right? That's clear. Oh, I get it. Chat basically just told me. So.
I can't believe we're looking at this again.
That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth.
Very well. All right, then let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
Yeah, by the way, please don't do that. I got it.
I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over.
Yeah, so the bridge is upside down. Larry was looking at it upside down. A complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Denim stated it over and over, that the sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality.
This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again.
That is so funny, though. Oh my god. Oh man. Sorry. I'm like, I really wish I would have realized this myself. That is so funny. That's so cool.
This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something?
Mr. Wright? That answer just now? It was lethal.
Sorry. I will say I did not fully pay attention to what they actually told me to point out. Hold on. Anyway, what now? Point to something else. Okay, what contradicts reality? The fucking bridge.
I believe it's somewhere around.
No, come on!
Well, the artist responsible for the sketch is a bit of a walking contradiction.
Damn it, no, come on, I'm like trying to communicate something and they're not letting me. Hold on.
It's this wire connected to the bridge.
The wire?
Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed.
And show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with.
Okay, cool. Yep.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
the wires are below the guard wires.
I love how he's like acting surprised, even though he gave us all this shit, essentially.
Order! The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong?
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
With someone like Laurice, I admit the mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never gonna come. He waited and waited, and finally, he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder, what sort of position Laurice must have been in at the time? He was lying on his back, which is why you remember the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
No way.
Laurice Denim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
So then,
The sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurice Denim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below.
That's right.
just like a pendulum.
Ridiculous, sir. Order!
Of all the things to say, a pendulum.
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead.
Do you have a brain?
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
My guy.
And the meaning of this is?
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
No one looks at the evidence in this game.
Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire across Elise Nim's body.
Oh shit! 3D effects.
Because there was simply no other way to move the body.
I love that animation. That's really good.
Mr. Godot! It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible? It's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum?
Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movements by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What? What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
Oh shit! I wasn't even thinking about that part. That's good.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's...
Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal, it's the one that came off of Miss Elise Nim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found...
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You've provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright?
I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh?
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
Accomplice. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hasbro Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
Okay. God, I wish I had taken the chance to save, during one of those lines. So, I have a couple theories. I'm feeling either we present Iris or Bikini, though I don't think it would be Bikini. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Let's just do something crazy. Right? I don't know though. Hold on. I'm thinking. She wouldn't have been able to get out of solitary. I don't think there's been any evidence that she was like released ever. So
It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten. But have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known.
No! I had no idea! I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? And how can you say that, Mr. Wright? I fucking knew it!
I knew it.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is...
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
It, like, going through this entire fucking case. Okay, I have to talk about this now because I have felt from the very start that there was going to be a moment where it was revealed that someone was channeling Dahlia, who was not like I thought potentially Iris was not like a real person. I thought that the fact that they are twins could have been like used to disprove my theory. The fact that both are true at the same time is fucking hilarious, and it's literally so perfect. Because obviously, with the assumption that someone is channeling Dahlia comes the necessary fact that Dahlia would have to be dead. You can't channel people who are alive, right? And I've been sitting here the whole time thinking, like, if at any point it is mentioned that Dahlia died, it is a crazy thing to expect. There was literally no hints of that at any point. But if at any point it's mentioned, I know exactly where this shit is going. And so, when they said Dahlia Hawthorne was executed, I lost my shit because I knowed something didn't smell right. And also, in particular, obviously, we know the fact that, okay, so I do also have to stress, I had like I mentioned before, I had a little bit of meta knowledge about the fact that Iris was potentially another character who was channeling Dahlia. Specifically because in the character tier list, and this is not something that was ever mentioned directly, but in the character tier list that I've been using, characters that have different like character models and like different sprites at a certain point are like grouped together as one character. So like different variations of a character are not listed separately. And that's something I noticed in particular with Feeny, because Phoenix Wright is never represented as Feeny in the character tier list. But I sure did notice that in spite of every other character not having any alternate skins, let's just say, present in the list, Dahlia had one with black hair. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. And that was just something I noted. I try not to look too closely at the character list, but seeing Dahlia's face, I kind of couldn't not notice that, right? So I kind of thought about that. And then when I started this case and it was all about like spirit channeling and stuff, I was like, wait a second. Like, when people channel spirits, they take on the physical like form of the spirit, right? But the important thing is that they still have like basic elements of their actual character design intact. Like, for example, their hair color, their eye color. Like, Mia being channeled by Maya and being channeled by Pearl, they look like two separate character designs. Because she always like takes on the hair color of Pearl when Pearl is channeling her, for example. So anyway, I just thought that was cool and interesting. One sec, Aubergine is really just having a time tonight. I know, buddy. Come on, one sec. All right. So yeah, I have admittedly been working with some meta knowledge, but at the same time, I don't mind that too much actually. I think it's one thing to have a completely out of context piece of information that like I personally stumble upon myself, and then I kind of get to piece it together anyway. Like, I don't know. It feels different than just like seeing an outright spoiler, if that makes sense. Because I still had to do a lot of like thinking about this shit to like actually figure out why that was the way it is. So I still am very satisfied. Anyway.
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
But I will say, the thing that really caught me off guard is, again, the fact that they are still twins anyway, and the fact that Iris actually is a real person. Because my assumption was that it was maybe, like, Misty Faye, or you know what I thought? I thought it was, well, maybe I shouldn't say this yet. Just in case. I thought it was like some character channeling Dahlia and coming up with Iris as like just like a fake skin, you know? Anyway.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Huh. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor's all mine.
No, the honor's all mine! According to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
Order!
Wait a moment! How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurain channeling technique flows within that body.
The Kurain channeling technique? Now where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was?
Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
2 of them.
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall is also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed up as her, namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the real witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes?
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night.
Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places?
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things that I don't understand. And unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
Yep. There's one.
Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh? Explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was...
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake? Huh.
Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might...
How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
He just like tagged out, like they ran, like she ran around a wall and Dahlia was on the other side, and they just like went and then switched.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
Yeah, baton pass, exactly.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet.
Shit!
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again.
Your name and occupation?
Fun meeting a beautiful lady. Always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
That's fucking awesome, actually.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired.
Huh. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself.
Oh, shit! Awesome! Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, buddy.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness,
Yes? How can I help you,
Mr. Judge.
Well, seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that, but when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that...
Watch yourself, Trite. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter.
Want to make Pearl Fay the master of Crane?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, but at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life is myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back, all because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
Maya would have to die? But why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well.
How could anyone do that? You were gonna kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart.
If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hasagura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber.
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway,
You think the plan was a success?
you heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd! Maya is just... She's just trapped! Trapped inside the sacred cavern!
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was?
Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan. And she was after as well.
Okay. Let's get to work. They said that piece of evidence. Nope. Hold on. I'm racking my brain. That piece of evidence, he says. Yeah, just use that piece of evidence. It makes sense. I'm fucking going insane. Hold on. We're just gonna run through the whole thing again. One sec. So the whole thing about the master, obviously very clear, that is Morgan's whole thing. She does not give a shit. Nope. Big Ace Attorney moment. I know. I mean, listen, I would love to believe I can get through a single one of these cases without having one moment like this where I'm just like brute forcing it entirely. That ain't happening. Okay. Oh, fucking duh. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I felt like there was a goddamn psych lock on that piece of information. Like, yeah, what the fuck? She was there the whole time. No fucking clue how I didn't realize that sooner. I was literally just thinking, like, why would she kill Maya? What did Maya do? Maya never did anything to her. And then I'm like, fuck. Her sister was a witch. And who was her sister? A princess. The Wicked Witch of the East, bro.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I didn't.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that, you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morganfey.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night. At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was at least an imp who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I miss you! I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
Oh my god.
So then you... Are you saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands.
I have a theory. I think I might know what happened.
My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
Hold on. Okay. Anyway.
The trick lock stopped you. Huh.
I don't know how to remove it, or I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Hold on, sorry. I just gotta confirm some things.
Interrupted.
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right.
I said airtight.
Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way!
Yep. That is what I was thinking.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself in Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
Jesus!
So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oops. Sorry. That's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that?
Godot here.
Okay. Thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There's no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No! No!
This shit don't add up. This shit don't add up.
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunim, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be.
That was him.
Tried. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem.
What's that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River.
My fucking question is, who is standing here right now? Which I think is an elephant in the room that is not being addressed.
However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
And there's a bunch of rock down there, right? Like, when it worked, she would have been visible.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Tride. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River?
Oh shit! This is so cool that they're bringing this one back. Oh my god.
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
I sure do, bro!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff, on the inner temple side, is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out.
You! No!
Order!
You're just playing with me.
Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
It's obviously a bluff.
So where's her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne?
Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Fey is here?
You say she's here in my courtroom?
I knew it! Oh my god, I fucking knew it! Oh my god.
Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said, I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who's channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
That's what I've been saying!
Wait, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
Nuh-uh. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Is there an explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
I'm gonna fucking scream.
Someone called me before Pearl did? But who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. It was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye's gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already! I can't stand the tension!
Dahlia Hawthorne! The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey.
What? Didn't we already say that? Like, in so many words?
But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal?
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
I don't! What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
That's right, that's my powerful girl.
To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No. No! Don't say that! You're saying that
I fucking love this sprite, by the way. That's actually extremely good.
You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool? By that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself! Isn't it obvious?
Nuh-uh. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out into the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course.
Me, of course. Mia.
Mia Fey.
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking scream.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair. It's pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey.
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did?
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. I start crying. I just felt it. Oh man.
She did that? I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. This is a trilogy about sisters! You're so right! It makes me want to weep! Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put the lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey, to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it? Dahlia Hawthorne. Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago.
Holy shit, they're laying into her.
The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oath of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny.
You! Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Mia Fey like I swore I would! And if only you had gotten the spiky hair jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. That's fucking right! I know that's right!
What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever.
So they're killing her ego by roasting her in the courtroom? That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. Jesus fucking Christ! And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp.
You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now!
The power of Christ compels you, bitch! This is happening. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god!
I'm not ready to go.
What the fuck? Ah! Oh my god!
Rick, sis?
Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh man. I'm actually crying.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say that you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Cadeau, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hill she came from.
It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor,
Yes, what is it?
about this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
I mean, yeah, did you see that? To be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different. It takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
Wow, that's the first smart thing he's ever done.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Oh, shit!
You're a little too fast with that gavel you're on.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
His trial. It isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Tried. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony.
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Oh, shit!
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over?
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
Prosecution's ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Ah, indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney.
Very well, then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event, and who put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Very well.
Fidel, hi! Oh my god, how's it going? It's fucking crazy in here right now, man. The fucking vibes right now.
But first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Tried. I got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. Somehow managed to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve.
But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
I'm gonna fucking go insane. This is so good. I mean, okay, so like I said earlier at the beginning of the stream, I did slightly spoil myself on the structure of this case, like just to see how much I had left from like a macro view. So I did know that there was a part 3 to the court section, but holy shit, I did not know literally anything else. So this is fucking insane. I'm actually married to the crazy pink hair girl killer. Do you mean Dahlia? No, she's got red hair. Do you mean wait. What's her name? The one from the first one? April May? Do you mean April May? Kitty cat girl who goes Mew? The first that's I mean, hey. You know? He knows what he wants. That's fine. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today, to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either.
Yeah, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. Him, pointing at the screen, him. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hit the poison for her. You.
That's right.
It all comes together. Oh my god.
Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Denim, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got in the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But
Lightning, yeah.
The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right?
exactly. Shit! Fuck! Fuck! Shit! Fuck! You've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mr. Khalees always held. Fuck! This whole thing is so fucked now! Fuck! I'm a fucking idiot.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shijishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
That makes sense. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see.
Defendant!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you inside his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me.
I can do this.
What the fuck? Cool.
So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the beginning.
Phoenix.
Mia! How is Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Denum really was?
Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her. But still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
One more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally. It's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself.
Jesus Christ. Oh. I hope to God someone has given that girl a burger by now. Alright, so, real quick. Before we wrap it all up, I'm gonna take another break. Yeah, final stretch, and also my final stretch break. So, now is a good time. If similarly you need like a second, highly recommend getting up, stretching your legs, get yourself a snack, bev, whatever you want. If you plan to stick around, definitely get yourself comfy for that. Take care. So we're going to do that. I will be right back. Botheads, Streamheads, BRB. Botheads, welcome back. And Mappy the Squire, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. We actually have gotten pretty close to getting back to over 500, which really, really means a lot to me. So thank you very, very much, truly. That's a lot. That's actually a lot in the last couple days. Catching up. So, anyway, yes. So we're gonna keep it going. I'm so excited. The final stretch. It's been an honor. I may be interrupted later slightly by some ramen that Joy is currently making outside. Actually, that probably will not take very long. It'll probably be like 20 minutes or so. Just as a heads up, if I have to pause at a certain point real quick. But yeah, otherwise, without further ado, let's go.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier.
Tess?
Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or...?
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it?
Oh, sorry. I'm just thinking about how perfect it is. Like, oh god, the fact that once again, just in the vein of like bookending things, the first trial is just like this single little section, you know, the equivalent of one half of the future 2 tutorial trials. It in and of itself is like shorter and more succinct than anything that comes after, even the future tutorials, right? Everything else is like split into 2. There's always like a middle to be continued. Except for that very first one, which is just straight all the way through. You have just like a solid 45 minutes to maybe like an hour and a half if you're really playing leisurely for that first trial. And now they're restarting the trial at the very end of the trilogy. And the final thing we get is just this nice little final section. Again, equivalent, I assume, to half of like a tutorial case previously. Just to cap off this one last thing. It's so good. It's so good. Structurally, it's Peem. Anyway, I feel like it's a bit gratuitous to, you know, spell it out so thoroughly, but I just have to express how much I appreciate it. This trilogy is one of the most well-structured trilogies of anything ever. I agree, and that's why I'm like floored right now. I am literally not used to things being so like concise and consistent and just like thorough at the same time. Like, it's fucking insane. Anyway.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
Agreed.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
It's crazy that this was originally on the GBA. I know, like me fucking in the background, like traveling to my Meemaw's house, like in the back of the car, just sobbing over my little fucking Game Boy Advance. Also, Maya. Speaking of sobbing.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elishtunim's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see any...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact.
I mean, like, yeah, but like, come on, man.
But there's something you can do. You can finish this.
True.
You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
Break his legs, but do it tenderly. Yeah, like do it in a way that Tumblr would at least enjoy during the process.
Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Also, I'm trying to remember. This isn't the first time she's been on the witness stand, right? Obviously, she's been the suspect before. People are saying it is. Was she... She's never been cross-examined. Oh my god. Okay, I thought so, but I wasn't sure if maybe I was forgetting something in like Turnabout Sisters or whatever. Like, I guess that's a clearer way to ask. This is her first cross-examination of Maya? That's fucking insane. I don't know, maybe. Someone will have to confirm or deny, but if so, it's Peem. Anyway, just asking.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
Shut the fuck up. It'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
I'm just a lot. Hold it. Be gentle, Phoenix. Stop pointing at her.
Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Who did it? Who hit you? And where are they so I can kill them?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh! Let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do?
Leave her alone. Press her harder. We gotta. I'm sorry. We have to find the truth. I'm sorry. Hello. Ramen here. Thank you, baby. Huh? No, I'm good. Thank you. Leave her alone. Alright. I'm gonna let it cool off for a bit.
Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Oh yeah, by the way, for viewers watching the stream in America, Joy just handed me a burger.
which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely...
The spirit that was channeled by Elise Denim, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger. That's actually so sad. But that's how it was.
It's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
There is
Actually, there is precedent for this.
Phoenix lost his memory the same way. We know this.
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I am certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No, that's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh. Well, that's like... What do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right! I remember now. I was facing my attacker. That's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right! It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh?
Witness! Are you absolutely sure of what you're trying to say? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I am... Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Oh my god, I have a feeling.
Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up to try it. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness! The information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind the attacker by the light of the stone lantern. A man. Whoa, okay. If that's accurate, then that's way off what I was thinking. Hold on.
A man? Who was this man?
Oh, well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when the acolyte is there for training. Hey! You know what they say? Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Then something warm splashed over me.
You don't mean... Was it?
I didn't know it at the time, but... I think it was probably blood.
She's saying that's when Mr. Nim, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that?
No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
It's too bad.
I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something.
There weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. It's not lit. Okay, so we know that. Oh, fucking wait, hold on. Sorry. I was trying to like piece together some other thing, completely missing the fact that she is claiming the stone lantern is lit. That's it. I was sitting here like trying to think like what, like there must have been some other source of light. But no, she actually is just claiming that the stone lantern was lit. That's why. Got it.
So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Denim. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Mr. Wright's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it.
What did you say?
There truly was no light in the garden. And there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick,
may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
You talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. So what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop!
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Oh no. No, oh no.
All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
Fuck.
I didn't save. Oh man, that's okay. I mean, there's only so much that can be done. Fuck. I'm like really trying to like...
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? How do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Oh shit, that makes sense. Oh my god, that makes so much sense.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
This is... But it can't be.
Yes! Oh my god, that shot is so fucking cool.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Okay, that's not at all what I was thinking. That's good, honestly. Fantastic, thank you.
Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing.
What were you thinking? I was honestly, well, at first I was thinking they were gonna find some way to like circle it back around to it being Pearl, and like that would be just a fucking insane point of like trauma and tragedy. And they would have to like wrestle with that idea, like to like get her out of that shit, you know? But you know, then they started like really harping on the fact that it was a man. So I was like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense then. Because I thought initially, given Maya's reaction, I thought that like, yeah, no, I'm so glad it's not that. This makes so much more sense. I thought initially she was like intentionally saying it was a man to like really throw things off, you know? Especially given like her reaction to Phoenix like pushing on it further. But then you can kind of tell when the game is trying to imply something and when it's taking something as a given. And the way that they were conversing back and forth about it being a man, I was like, okay, the game itself believes that it's a man. It's not trying to like trick me with that. So then I'm like, fuck, who could it be? And I'm sitting here like racking my brain and I'm like, I'm gonna be honest, if I had opened up this profiles list and saw Phoenix's face, I would have pressed him. But he wasn't here. So that's why I kind of like sat here for a second and I was like, then who the fuck could it be? And then I thought, oh, Godot is literally the only person who was not accounted for during that time. That would be insane, right? And I was thinking they would maybe go for something like that, but obviously he's not here. So, yeah, I don't know. I just thought this has been putting me through the ringer. I'll say that much.
Why aren't you denying it?
Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Yeah, like I know that wouldn't make sense given the fact that like he fell in the river, but also this game has tried to justify crazier things, you know? So, one sec. My ramen has been sitting here for a while. I didn't suspect him until this very moment. I know, I literally... It took... You know what it was? It was figuring out all of the options that were impossible, and thus revealing the truth. And if that's intentional, because that's actually quite literally exactly how I deducted that. And if that's intentional, this, oh my god, like that's on a meta level, that is fucking insane. Hold on, I'm taking more bites, sorry. Because you have to think, literally nothing up to this point has implicated him as even being part of this at all. He was just gone through the entire first part of the case, right? And so like, there's literally no piece of evidence that implicates him in the slightest. So you don't come to the conclusion that it's him by looking at existing evidence. You come to the conclusion because it literally could not be anyone else in the lineup that they give you, which is exactly what he talks about. And I'm actually fucking crazy about that. Like, his whole thing, like, at least, well, not his whole thing, but like, he was saying constantly, eliminate the impossible, and then you find the truth. And that is, oh, that's fucking insane. Anyway.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, for a totally different reason.
What?
Witness! Mr. Wright, what the?
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. It's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but
Oh my god. Oh.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
My, that's kind of fucking sexist. You realize that, right? That's like, oh, that's weird. Anyway, so it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. That's what we believe in this courtroom. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
So you lost consciousness when you were in the middle of the garden? Or when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple...
It could only have been the killer.
That's what I think, too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, this came.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with a crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again.
So we're circling back around.
The torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be... the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Okay.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd.
Big square.
The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood had sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it.
Sorry, broth sip moment.
There is no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
I mean, so like the elephant in the room for me is that we still have not explained why Maya is written on the lantern upside down.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
I think this will help explain them.
Celia mentioned she did that as she was passing out. Yeah, but like, it's upside down, right? Like, I feel like I kind of felt like that was part of it. Also, hi, Mark! Hello! Hi, Hi, welcome in. By the way, yeah, ultra spoilers for Ace Attorney 3. Oh, she just did it behind her back? Okay, well then, you know. I forgot that detail, I will admit. I know how to imagine writing something behind my back. I just forgot she said that. Yeah, anyway, Mar, thank you so much for rating. Hello. Yeah, so big Ace Attorney spoiler moment. We are at literally the end of the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Hi. Welcome in. Please leave if you care about spoilers at all. But otherwise, hi. It's insane. We're in the final stretch here. We're getting pretty close to the end. I am losing my mind in real time. It's fucking P, Mar. That's exactly right. Thank you. I hope y'all had a good stream, by the way. What were y'all up to? I'm gonna take this opportunity to eat more ramen. It's getting cold, I will admit. Playing Super Mario Eclipse. Isn't that Sunshine? How is it? It's Sunshine if it was good. That's great. I do, I will have to check it out sometime. I've been hearing about it here and there. This is a blind playthrough. Please do not make the wrong assumption. Please refer to the top of chat. If you spoil this case for me, I will close all your browser tabs. Do not say anything. No hints, no spoilers, no help, nothing. Also, I'm almost done, sorry. I decided I would finish the bowl rather than keep trying to sneak bites in between. I'm eating the whole bowl, including the bowl. Okay. I was forced to inhale that shit, so let's go. Bowl-shaped penny. All right. Yeah, so I was confused about the upside down writing thing. I thought that was still in play, which is why I was not too confused by the fact that this particular mystery was still going into the third trial. But yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so I'll exit that from my mind.
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by the pendulum, manipulating the crime scene? But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor.
Hold on. Okay, so...
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? Must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. And I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden,
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
They did it for your sake?
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Karain killed by own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
Yeah, but still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through with that much trouble to protect you?
The torches were lit and the body was gone.
Okay, hold on.
The body of Elise Dunim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Right. And he couldn't see it. Because of his visor. That's why he was so shocked. Holy fuck.
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah! You're right! Order! 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 But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
He didn't notice it.
Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice.
Once you eliminate the impossible, here we go.
Whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
It's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be?
Who? Come on. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense! This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case.
That's why he didn't know he wasn't actually Phoenix Wright? Or no, wait, like, oh my god, wait. No, the fucking ketchup, that's right, oh my god, wait. I was trying to remember if he was the one who, whatever the fuck his name was going up against when Phoenix didn't know. But no, it's... Oh shit, that's right! Oh my god!
This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Somehow spilled coffee on it.
Yeah, okay, that was pain. Okay, sorry. There's a lot. There's a lot going on.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
That is so fucking funny. Oh my god. Holy shit. That is some insane foreshadowing. That is so cool.
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunim, also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does the little graffiti get me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, try.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Oh, could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems Now, once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Wait just a minute.
Maya!
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot, isn't the killer, after all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the little bridge got fixed up.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Nicely done, Tried.
Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Oh.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections...
This is highly unusual, but... well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started.
Oh my god. What are we doing, man?
So where did you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place?
Seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Denim. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end.
Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The Inner Temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There's a storage shack, too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would have been the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Interesting.
Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge?
What do you mean?
Oh. I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time.
She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that.
Well, I mean, know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have known her. She wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot?
Huh? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your question for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? They're literally just saying, fuck it, I don't know. This is kangaroo court officially. We're having fun here. Let's party.
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
Sorry, hold on.
I think I'll pass.
So he had never visited Hasgura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
You want to say something, Try?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot.
He cheered her up.
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Cut it out, you're making me blush.
This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions Phoenix style. So you cheered Pearls up.
When I found that little girl, first thing she asked about was her cousin Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearlie?
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
You have a 9-year-old coffee?
Well, what a sweet story.
He had a thermos of coffee. Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been on the Inner Temple side. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least an imp.
Phoenix style!
You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours tried. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the trading hall.
Beauty?
Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western taste. Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there, you headed for the prep room.
Wait a sec. What did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least an imp.
Whoa, interesting. Hold on. Oh, shit. Yeah, how would he know that it was Misty Faye if he's never been there before it was covered in gravy? The gravy completely covers her.
Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusty Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the...
Hi, Isabel. Thank you so much for the raid. God, getting a lot of raids today. Thank you. Hi. Welcome in. I say once again, major, super duper Ace Attorney spoiler time. We are finishing Game 3 of the Phoenix Wright trilogy. We're literally in the final stretch. This is like the last hour or two of the game we're playing right now. So, if you care about Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney spoilers, you gotta go, man. Otherwise, hey, feel free to hang out. We're having a great time. This game is fucking fantastic. Thank you so much, Izzy. Hi, thank you. I really appreciate it. What were y'all up to? How was your stream? Yeah, no worries though if you gotta bounce. Absolutely, I really appreciate it. All the same. Oh, you playing more Persona? Awesome. Oh my god, yes. Perfect. And yeah, by the way, if you do want to stick around, please keep in mind, spoiler etiquette. This is a blind playthrough. I know nothing, and I do not want to know nothing until it's all over. So, as per the pinned comment, if you spoil this case for me, I will close all your browser tabs against your will. Yeah, no worries, Izzy. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Yeah, I hope you do check them out someday. You too, bye! Okay, let's keep it going.
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick!
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest here.
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
Then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western days.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place.
Can I ask you just one little thing, Tride?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say?
Hold on. No! They didn't let me save! Fuck! They didn't let me save! God damn it. Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? I feel like it's either Pearl or Morgan. I'm just like, he wasn't there until he decided to go there and hide. And I'm like, did he somehow...
Nope. Shut the fuck up.
No!
Don't expect any sympathy cards from me, trite.
That was all a ploy. That was all part of the plan. My save opportunity has been handed to me on a silver platter. And now we know the real answer. Fuck. I mean, is it... Okay, I was gonna say, is it really that simple? I'm gonna scream. How many mugs do you reckon he's got back there? Well, he says he drinks no more than 17 during a trial, but, you know, these are hard times we're living in. What is wrong? What's happening? I feel like I'm going insane. Hold on. I need to try something. Am I like mistakenly showing people? Oh my god. I didn't have to show a person, I had to show the evidence that the plan was okay. That was a real moment. Anyway. It's tunnel vision, it happens.
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes. The killer...
Oh, yeah, that's right. This was mentioned. I think, right? We heard about
The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how we knew the crime was to take place in the Inner Temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me.
You bet I do.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If you really wanted to know, you had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit.
a visit.
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at a detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness?
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
Oh, the killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Yeah, I call bullshit on that. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot?
I wouldn't help a woman. I hate women.
An unshakable reason that forced you to protect his witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Cadeau is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot? His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself.
Hi, Mia, I love you.
Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Fox killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet?
God, this shot is everything.
The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Oh, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, My eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
For 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Tried. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearl had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Azagura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Karain had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Is this even a court case anymore? No, but like, is that a problem? You tell me right now, if you were in this courtroom watching this happen, you try to look me in the eyes and tell me you would not be fucking glued to your seats. Like, I don't care if this shit takes 2 days straight. I am sitting here and watching this play out. Like, if you tell me that, I ain't buying. I'm sorry. It's not a problem.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If Do you want to know how strong a resolve to protect you was? Look at her staff.
Her staff? There's the one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Azakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then.
Oh my god, she like had that specially made to protect Maya.
Just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother.
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pro, what are you gonna do tonight?
Same thing I do every night. Try and take over the world. Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Karain, Misty Fey's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Kato. Anyway, that's all I'm gonna admit to. Tried.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Cadeau.
Well tried. If you're the real deal. What the fuck? What are you doing? Oh, stop that. Can you fucking not... finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya,
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick,
Even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Fey, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out. The whole area was dark.
Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Light shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... Just after that, you turned towards the light and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
All right then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
Struck back. How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horrors than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But
they went out?
yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight?
Maybe the mask was damaged?
Or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right?
Or maybe those little pinhead-looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then that scream came from the killer.
That's gotta be it.
Huh.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Try.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood of the dagger could have been from the victim.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Strip, 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 strip.
He like balls his hands up and starts like going up and down. Strip, strip.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Try.
Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of the scientific test.
I don't have blood.
What?
Chatter, 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 chatter.
He doesn't have blood. What does he mean by that?
Let me ask you something, Try. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Nope, you couldn't see the blood. You couldn't see the blood. You didn't know the blood was there.
Yes, what does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
It can't be.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Try. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
He can only not see red on white specifically. Is that real? Okay.
In any event, it seems to establish that the killer was wounded. All right, then, witness, continue your testimony.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya!
This dagger? You said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya. Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradictions pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right.
Oh shit, actually a decent observation.
And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple...
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Damn, she's cooking.
What the witness...
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Oh, did the judge take smart pills during the last recess?
Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
That's impossible, Try. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Ah! My brain is a fried egg right now. I have been streaming for 8 hours and 20 minutes, and they're still ping-ponging me around this fucking case like it's something to do.
Ha! So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
I'm not as like in despair anymore as I was during 2-4. But this is a very similar scenario of just like, oh my god, get me out of here. I can't take it anymore. And I don't mean that negatively. I mean just like how, like, when will it end? Like, at least in this one, we know that Maya is safe. Like, no one is in any immediate danger, which helps. I'm not as, like, desperate to fucking, like, get to the end and just see Maya okay like I was in 2-4. Like, 2-4, I was, like, screaming and sweating, yeah, like, clawing at the wall, like, but, this one, I mean, it's getting close. I'm just like, what are they doing? Like, what is this for? And I'm genuinely, like, I'm so curious. It's cool. I like it. It's just you end it with a bang. No stone left unturned. I love it.
Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
Godot is thinking everything I just said internally. Like,
If Mia Fey were here.
So come on, try. Could you do it or not? Or can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. It's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
Ha! That's good. Fight it till the bitter end, tried. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? What are you doing? Stop, that's not fucking fair. Play nice.
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You got nothing, tried.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
All right then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hit the wound.
It's the end of the line. The final stop, tried. Let's hear what you got. Where's this location where you say the killer hit his wound?
is that not it? Damn it. What the fuck? Hold on, sorry. I wasn't reading the dialogue because I thought that was a fail state. Hold on, hold on.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. They're living on. Through him.
Oh no!
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound.
Fuck.
It's beneath your mask!
Oh god. Oh fuck. I'm trying so hard not to just like fucking. I have to read.
During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right. Your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, I'd say this whole case is solved.
Oh my god. That was so cool. Oh my god.
Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was Udgy. Was me.
You? Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. Part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. Could have been Misty Faye. Or even that little girl. But I I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy, a stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people.
Sean is gonna fucking make me explode.
In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando? I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Oh,
Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You'd do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor.
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you
Apologize to me? For what?
for the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you, you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Oh my god. Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
Was it her? For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed
Noticed what?
my feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever I fucking said. This is fucked up! This is fucked up! Oh, God damn it. Oh, man. Oh, God. I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months by yourself, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you. Fuck!
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had.
God fucking damn it! Stop! Stop with the hardest fucking dialogue I've ever heard in my life. Stop. It's not fair. You make me break down every other line.
Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right.
Coffee Bros!
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim Elise Dunem. At some point, I expect you'll be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant.
Not guilty!
Court is now adjourned.
Holy shit! Oh, God. Fuck. I'm a mess right now.
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison. By my own hand. Of course justice was served.
Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean, with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia!
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia.
I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday. Phoenix.
I've handled lots of cases and I've seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
They gave her back.
Nick,
Maya!
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook.
Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered.
Francisca!
Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. Where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca.
I don't suppose.
Damn it! I guessed wrong. There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry!
What's with the, longer than usual face?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me? You're asking me? You're asking me? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me?
Why are you making that face? Huh, Edgy?
Yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? Ah!
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon.
She likes it.
Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put in, and it's worth something.
So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip. Ah! Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back.
Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry.
Oh, yeah, speaking of.
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too.
Oh! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Pearl Fey.
Poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed it in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya.
But it's a cruel irony that it was exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
That's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Till she can see her smile again.
Hey everybody, it's me, how's it going? This is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite the... Ah! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip is your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. I can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. Or no, it's like, why is he saying that? Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls.
What are you doing to me? Stop.
Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured. She's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe,
Yeah, what is it, pal?
could you guys go on ahead?
Yeah, but what about you?
Maya and I will... We'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick,
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to.
Girl dad, girl dad, girl dad, girl dad.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly's here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you go hurry along and see her?
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank God. All right.
Pearlie's not here. Oh my god.
Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll.
Huh?
Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya!
Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that?
Mystic Maya? Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy.
You don't have to lie just to make me feel better.
No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do.
Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Crane, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. But even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the Master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather, it was the contents.
That's...
A photo?
Mother...
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question.
No fucking way! Oh my god. God damn it.
Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return. Time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna make a brand new start, too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the 3 for when you come back. All right. We're gonna have a great feast today, Pearlie. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3?
Oh, come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know? I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then. Here goes nothing.
Ah! Fuck!
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Crane and the office manager of Wright & Co. Law Offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Burley and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
So it's true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
She's trying to kill him. Quick, rewind. She's the killer. Come on. His code!
Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Corain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Oh, yeah?
Desi and I started a company called Mask the Mask Consulting. It's dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
I love them so much, by the way.
Fuck. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don T. Gray. So I lent him $500,000 in a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
Having like rapid fire voices for these characters. I haven't voiced a single time.
I'm just old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
It's the 3rd diaper mention of the game. I'm on to you.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. My, more reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines lack us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in the spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back.
Hell fucking yeah. By the way.
You turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Mr. Nick!
Whoa! Holy shit! That's cool. Hold on, who voices Francisca? Ah! Computer, research. I think this is their only role.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tired vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess I was calling my little whippersnapper buddy quitting now that I know one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? Well, with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all the macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Hedgepoo, I know exactly. I really can't accept this. I'm afraid of some of these people is fragile heart. I will never find a gentleman to treat me like a brown lady.
I love her. She's going up in the tier list. I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's whippity whip trip is going to turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. That's so fucking funny, actually. Ah! Wait. That Francisca pose is so good. It looks like really good. That's so sweet. He's actually popping off. All right. I don't have much time. I'm so tired. But of course, we started this with the tier list. So I think it's only fair that we do the final update. So first things first. Case 3-5. Yeah, that feels right. I've been on the record saying, constantly saying, nothing hits me like a good ending. That was a fucking good ending. That was a stellar ending. Truly. Plot perspective, character perspective, thematic perspective, literally everything about it fires off on all cylinders. It knew exactly what it had to do and it did it flawlessly. Perfect. Literally the perfect ending to the trilogy. Don't at me. It's good. Really fucking good. I am ecstatic about how good that was. Oh my god. It's incredible. Now, let's see if there are any remaining characters. I think I already started placing a couple of these, but let me confirm. Yeah, okay, so let's go through. This all feels right to me still. Right. Now, Iris goes and I love you tier. This is recency bias, and I wouldn't have it any other way. She goes and I love you tier. Dahlia Hawthorne goes in I love to hate you tier, but where? She's incredibly good is the thing. Let's just call it somewhere in there. Oh my god, my throat. Let's just call it somewhere in there. This will be refined over time. I'm just getting a gut feeling before we go. You. I'm trying not to let the fact that she is a good mother and how important that is to me like cloud the judgment of the fact that we, at the end of the day, we barely know her. Like, it is gonna be so biased. I have to go with my gut feeling. I'm gonna make the safe choice. I'm gonna put you at the tippy top of yay tier. You're a good mother, and that means the world to me. Larry Butts. I think it's funny because I think I actually just lowered him before this stream. I'm sorry. He's circling back around. He's up here. He's still in yay tier. I love Larry Butts. I'm sorry. Diego Armando. I was waiting for the moment they would justify why he is the prosecutor for Game 3. And let me tell you, it was sticky for a little bit. It was a little bit precarious. I actually was not sure I was gonna really like this guy by the end. I can say, with so much happiness in my heart, I was proven wrong. He is in I love you tier. But where? That feels right. For now. He's a little misogynistic at times, but Po Buddy's perfect. So, we take those. Saying we take those about misogyny is really fucking funny to me. Is there anything else? I could do the funniest thing in the world. she's going to the Shadow Realm. I'm sorry. See, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Misty Faye is a good mother. Morgan Faye is a bad mother. So imagine if I'm this biased about a good mother that I barely know. You understand? Yeah, this feels right. This feels right to me. Well, with that, friends, I gotta wrap it. I gotta wrap it up. I am so happy to have been able to share this last bit. Just a quick little pop out of my break, just to say, hey, how's it going? I'm fucking crazy about Ace Attorney now, just so you know. This is a thing now. I do think that streaming this last case was the right choice. I would like to stream a future game in this series. I don't know which it's gonna be or when it's gonna be. I'm gonna feel it out as we go. It really depends. Honestly, a lot of it depends on how long it takes me to play the other ones and what else I am doing at the time. If it comes down to it and I have like no room in my schedule to stream, but I really want to play a game in this series, I'm just gonna play, and I'll do the Tumblr live blog or something, some kind of thing. Yeah, I can't guarantee any further streams, but I can guarantee that I'm glad I did this one, and I'm happy to have shared this. Thank you so much for just coming to watch. Thank you for your interest. Yeah, I'm gonna take a rest. I was honestly considering popping out of the hiatus to stream Astrobot this weekend, but I'm starting to think I'm not gonna do that. This really took it out of me. I think I gotta go back into hiding for a minute. So hopefully y'all understand. This was a lot. But we'll see about maybe doing something else before I come back in full. As I said last stream, I am thinking it's gonna be October when I come back swinging with like a more consistent schedule, like end of the hiatus. That's up in the air. Everything is subject to change, but that's kind of my forecast right now. So I'm still gonna take September, just kind of vibe it out. We'll see how I feel. I'm still trying to get other things done in the meantime. It's been a bit slow going just because it's recovering from burnout is tricky because burnout recovery requires a lot of very intentional, very like extreme rest in a way that can feel like very guilt-inducing because I feel like I'm not doing anything, right? And that's not true. I've done some stuff. I've done projects here and there. I have things in the works, but it's like I'm trying not to do so much that the break is ineffective, if that makes sense. And it's a hard balance to strike. So anyway, we can talk about all that later. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna sleep. So y'all take care of yourselves. Have a great night, have a great day, whatever it is where you are. Please take care of yourselves. I'll see you when I see you, whether it's before the break ends or just whenever I'm back in full form. Thank you for allowing me to share this with you. Thank you for just being a really cool audience for it. Honestly, y'all have been great, so I appreciated this a lot. This was so fun. And yeah, play Ace Attorney, all of it right now, tonight. Bye!